Hello my friends, welcome back to my channel. Today we will be colouring in this beautiful cake page and we will be using the same colour palette as this completed page here. So we're going to be using gold for the cake stands and I'm thinking we're going to do something similar on the cakes to this purple one here, and we will be bringing in this background across too. And I'm thinking that with these ribbons, we might use a similar colour scheme to these cakes here with the icing. So I will be talking you through every element today, so this won't be a silent colour along. If you prefer to not hear me talking, feel free to just mute the video. So today you'll be learning how to colour metal, we'll be learning how to colour cakes and how to colour ribbon. Now for the backgrounds, the background there, I will be using some pan pastels. So I have four, let's try and open them so they don't get everywhere. 4 different colours. Oh gee, they get pretty stuck. Okay, 4 different colours today. Now this yellow is pretty much going to be used as a very subtle accent colour. So the main two will be a mix of these, and I'll show you a good technique on how you can use these if you have pan pastels. If you don't, just use whatever background material you have available or whatever you prefer. You might even prefer to leave the background blank. That's completely fine. You can do whatever you like. Okay, so one thing that I did want to discuss first is with metals, there is an absolute infinite number of ways that you can color, that we can color metal. If you can see here, I've gone for like a brushed gold today, and the technique is actually quite easy. Now you can see the trick to coloring metal or gold or any type of element like that is it's not flat, it's not a single color. And by way of example, I've got one of my earrings here, and you can see that it's not a flat color. There is a bunch of different colors and there's light reflecting off it, and it's chrome-like. There's a lot of different shades, so hence why we try and bring that across to our metal elements on the page. And my color combination, well, the color combination that I use for this particular gold is this collection of pencils here, which might look a bit odd, but when you put it together, it comes up quite nice. I'm going to teach you how to do that today. So we'll do the gold first, and the colors that you're going to need are cream. So I'm using Prismacolors, by the way, which is, yep, pretty obvious. So cream PC 914, Deco Yellow PC 1011, Espresso PC 1099, and Sienna Brown PC 945, and Artichoke PC 1098. And I do have some other pencils that we'll be using obviously for the other elements, and I'll bring those out as we go. Repetition is good, and that's why this page is good, because you've got 5 different opportunities to colour the same thing. So one of the things with metal is the technique that we use is layering, and that's how we get that kind of shiny effect. So grab your Deco Yellow, make sure it's nice and sharp. We're gonna just do a bit of a base. So just pause the video while you get that pencil ready. And I should say too that feel free at any time to pause the video and catch up if you feel you need to, or rewind and go back and watch a section that you feel you need to redo. It's completely up to you. So we're going to start by just putting a light layer of this Deco Yellow on the cake stands. Just a very light layer. I'm not using hard pressure at all. Probably should zoom you in just a little bit, hey. There we go. So you can see exactly what I'm doing. I do apologise if I'm a bit throaty or sounding a bit congested. I have had a cold. So I've been just trying to rest over the last 4 days or so. Okay, so just a light layer on each of the stands. Because this is going to form, how would you say it, an undertone for the rest of your colours. Just a light layer, I wouldn't worry too much about getting it perfect. Oh yeah, and this too. So this little scalloped section here serves as the cake base. And again, if you don't want to hear me talking, if you just want to follow along silently, that's okay too. Just mute the video. I did recently do a poll up on my community page to see what types of color alongs and tutorials you guys were interested in, and the one where I step you through each element won by a good, I think it got like over 60% of the vote, so hence why I'm doing this. I will do the other ones too, but so just keep laying that colour down. And the key is to make sure your pencils are nice and sharp. And as you can see, I'm rotating my pencil as I go. This is because as you colour on an angle, it's going to wear down one side of that point. So to keep it even, you can rotate it, and I'm rotating it just by giving it a little spin. I'll try my best to keep my hand and my arm out of the way. Okay, there's our layering done. If you need to catch up, feel free to pause the video. And let's get our next colour ready, which is the artichoke, PC 1098. So this is going to be the start of the mid-tones that are going to form start to form that gold colour for us. So we'll start on, it's going to start on this one here. Now with this, what I'm aiming to do is to have the yellow remain in the middle, and on the outsides, on the edges, I'm going to darken it up, and you'll see what I mean. You just bring it lightly through, and rather than like scratchy back and forth, just scumble a little bit, and you could do a medium to light pressure, but just make sure that as you work your way in, get lighter, because you don't want to have any harsh lines. And I think the trick with your midtones is pull them out further than you think. We will be going back over, and I'll show you, because we might do a couple of layers, and sometimes it takes a couple of layers depending on how you feel it's looking. If you feel it needs to be darker, if you're happy with that, it's really just personal preference. And already we can begin to see there's some contrast. Okay, now for the base, I'm going to just do the same thing. The good thing about this one is Johanna's already given us a guide where she's drawn in some shading, which is great. So we're just going to use those as a guide. And I will do the base as well. Now, like I was saying, sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to sometimes assess where on the object you place each colour. So to start off with, a good rule of thumb is just to start from the outside and work your way in. Worry about the little nuances later. You could really spend a whole, afternoon trying to decide. Now what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to complete this one before we do the rest, just so you can see. Just going to darken that up a little bit. And again, I'm going heavier and then I'm just going lighter as I work my way in, because I don't want any harsh lines when I'm comparing it to that base color that we've done. And I will just go under here because I think there would be a bit of a shadow because this is sitting under this edge here, because in real life this would be a massive circle and that's in the middle. So you would have a fair amount of space between the center column of the cake stand and the actual edge. Okay, the third color that we're grabbing is Sienna Brown, PC 945, again, nice and sharp. And I'm just going over again, and I'm not going out as far as I did with the artichoke, because you want to leave some of the artichoke there to come through, and that's how we start to create even more depth. Again, harder, I wouldn't say hard, but like medium to hard, and then work your way up. In areas like, in situations like this where we're layering, it's better to go lighter and add more layers. It's easier to do it that way than to go heavier and have to try and work your way back and undo what you've done. It's just not, it's a lot harder. And you can see how this is coming to life very nicely. I do apologise for my throat clearing. I still have a few frogs in there. I'll try my best to edit those out, but I kind of would like, I don't want to miss out on any key bits that we're colouring here. Now don't worry if yours is looking a little bit blocky. We're going to be burnishing the whole thing in another colour, and that will smooth out some of the colours for you. But again, practice. Practice, practice. And you'll get better at it. Even I'm still practicing. Okay, so we've definitely got some gold coming through. It's looking good. Now the last one, this color, this espresso PC 1099, this is the one that really makes it just pop out. And you'll see what I mean. So with this, we're going to go even less. You might find you have to press a little bit harder because we've got more layers, but just don't go too hard. We weren't raised by wolves. We're not savages. We go lightly. Lol. And you can see how that dark espresso is really just bringing that lovely, lovely, lovely gold colour out. And you can do this with Any element. It doesn't have to be metal. If you wanted to make these ribbons gold, you could use the same thing. And I'm looking forward to doing those ribbons. Okay, just a little bit here, not too much. Just a little bit. Ooh, just a little bit. Okay, before I add in our lightest colour, I'm just going to add some artichoke again. I have heard it said that when you're shading and doing light and dark that you do need to fight for your midtones, which means that they can be easily lost, so you need to work to bring them out. And by midtones, I mean, if you look at the comparison of what we're using, those two are the light ones. And compared to these two, that artichoke's mid, like it's the mid colour. It's not light and it's not dark, it's in the middle. I probably didn't need to say that's probably fairly self-explanatory. Just going to bring that out a little further. And often you won't know at the very start how much you need to bring out. So that's why layering is good, because you can just keep adding. You can keep adding until you're happy with it. But just make sure that you do leave some contrast. Don't go bananas. All right, I'm going to go in with my cream now because I'm quite happy with the way that's looking. If you would like to add more colour, please feel free. So now I'm going to add cream, which is PC 914, and I will give it a bit of a sharpen because to me, that is not sharp enough. I don't know if that's, yeah, it's not sharp enough for me. So I'm just I'll just use my dull. They are quite loud. It will sound like I'm chopping down trees. And then it shakes everything. So I think that is, yeah, I'm happy with that. So I'm just going to go lightly over the top of it, over the whole thing. And it just adds a bit more tone. It blends everything together and it adds a bit more tone. Pencil dust away there. Okay, so we're looking quite nice. I'm really happy with that. See? Okay, let's work on the rest. So I'm going back in with my artichoke. Again, just doing those colours. And those layers. Keeping a nice separation. I'm going to come in on the top here as well. I think gold has to be one of my favourites in terms of how it comes out on a page with coloured pencil. I have done a rose gold before, but there's just something about this type of gold. Like I was saying before, there are oodles and oodles and oodles and oodles of different types of metal shades you can do. And If you do a deep dive on Pinterest or the internet, you'll find them. Try your best to keep it even. I mean, depending on the style, you can offset the highlight if you want. It's up to you. There's no rhyme or reason. I did a copper shower head recently I'll show you in one of these pages, and I offset the light. As you can see here, I've offset it because behind me I have copper shades in my kitchen, and I looked behind me and I just copied the shade that was on it. So, and it came up pretty well. I digress. Going back to here. So yes, just by way of example, you can put the shade and light wherever you like, whatever makes sense to you. I'm just doing it this way. Okay, rather than me swapping pencils all the time, I'm gonna just sharpen this artichoke and add it to the fore here. Oh, by the way too, guys, let me know in the comments if you are enjoying this colour along where I'm talking to you. I know that most people voted for it, but I'm still keen to... Oh, that was a bit... Let's try and lighten that up a bit. I'm still keen to know what you think. So you can see, again, I'm circular motions, and I'm rotating the pencil when I feel that it's getting flat, and you'll feel it. It's a bit hard. What is it? It's kind of like, yeah, it'll feel flat, and then when you'll be able to feel the sharpness of the pencil when you rotate it, because it feels a bit more scratchy and grippier. Oh, and I forgot to say too, I should have said this at the start, but I think you know this by now. I'm not a professional artist. So these techniques are just my preferred way to do things and how I have learnt of other YouTubers, many of which are professional artists, some aren't. Again, just bringing that artichoke out, leaving a nice gap in the middle to make it shiny. Hopefully I can just film this in one go. I'm hoping I don't have to pause or anything and have to do this in 50 million videos. That'd be great. Now I'm just going straight back and forth with this on this base because it's thin enough and I don't want to go outside the lines. Oh, I forgot I don't have my bit of plastic behind. Handy tip, I just put a bit of plastic behind the page so that the ink on the page behind it doesn't transfer. Oh, now speaking of metal, you could really practice with that one. Okay. Yeah, as I was saying, this page is really good because we're repeating elements. It's not just having a crack once and then that's it. So you might find that your first one looks a bit ho-hum, but then you get better as you go along. And if that's the case, as you build up the muscle memory, the thing with we've been talking about with the layering is you can just go back and fix your first couple if you feel you need to. Bring that out a bit more, I think. Again, I'm just going back to that scumbling, which is going around in wee little circles. Feel free to turn your pages if you feel you need to. I'm just trying to keep it the same so that I'm not like making you guys go dizzy by spinning my page in front of you all the time. Again, medium to light on the edges and lighter as you work your way in. Heavy on the outside, work your way in. Just like if you were sitting at a fine restaurant and you had all the cutlery that was sitting there. Start from the outside, work your way in. I always find that it helps if I have repetitive phrases in my head when I'm learning something. Oh dear. Okay, finally up to our sienna brown 945. I'll just do this one. We're going back to the start. Okay, bringing that through, but not as far as your artichoke. I'd say like 2/3 of it, two thirds. You want to leave a bit of artichoke underneath because that's how we're creating our layering. And again, start from the outside and get lighter as you work your way in. Thinking with this one, I don't have enough artichoke, I've just noticed, sorry. But that is okay. That is all right, we go back and fix. Little scumbles, lighter. Okay, and then our edges here. The pencil's nice and sharp. This pencil, I feel like it's still got a pretty good point from the last stand that we did. But it won't be long before I have to sharpen that again on the base there. Yeah, I love that she's got the shading in here as a guide. Now I do have to ask, how do you feel you're going? Are you loving it? Are you freaking out? If you're freaking out, never fear. Remember, it is just pencil. We can always erase. We can always go over the top. Practice is key. Keep going. You've got this. Getting lighter as we go in. Yeah, just a little bit. The more elements you feel comfortable colouring, the more tools you'll have in your belt. The more you'll be armed to tackle a page and go, yep, I know what I want to do there. And you'll feel like you'll be able to conquer a lot more pages with with confidence. So I know there's certainly plenty of pages that I see and I think, oh, I don't know how to colour that. And then when I watch a few people do it, I'm like, oh, it's actually the same theory that I use for many other elements, just applied in a slightly different way or exactly the same. So yeah, it's never as scary as you think. Again, work your way outwards and taper off as you go. We don't want any harsh lines. I'm just keeping an eye on the camera as well so that I made sure I had plenty of space on it, and there is plenty of space because I was filming a colour along once and it just stopped filming because it ran out of room. But I've made sure there's space, but I'm just watching it. Because like I said, I would like to film this in one take, not have to break it up. Depends on my dogs too. If they start going hammer and tong at something out the back, then I might have to pause it because you don't want to hear me yelling at them. Get my dog mum voice out. It's not great. I'm going to have to bring some artichoke out on this one too. Oop, yep. I'll be bringing more out. That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. It's how we roll. Okay, now I'm going to go in with the espresso, which is PC 1099 again. Hopefully we all remember what colours we're using. Just bring that out a little bit. And again, probably half of the sienna or half the distance. Bring it out too, but just whatever you feel works best for you. Whatever you prefer, whatever your colouring style asks of you, do that. I love this espresso. It just brings everything together. Just bada bing, bada boom. Just brings it all into a nice little golden package. I like it. I like it a lot. Now on the stem here, I'm just going over the edges because I don't feel there's enough space to add too much espresso because otherwise you're just going to go over the layers. Sometimes you can't help that, but if we can try and prevent that, we shall. Okay, 1 cake stand to go. Oh, no, 2. Heh. 2 to 2. These 3 are looking lovely. Look at that. Look at that. And if you zoom out, they just look divine. Something so simple. It just looks so great. Especially when we add the purples. Those warm purple, well, they look warm to me. Warm and cool purples. And when we add that lovely, soft mint green background, the colours just go so well together. Very much reminds me of a Jane Austen style of colour palette. You know, with Mr. Dolls there. Okay, oh yeah. Oh, Nelly, looking good. Again, just with your darks, don't go too crazy, just enough. Again, we weren't raised by wolves. Easy does it. You still want the other colours to be there. Okay. Last one. You got this, guys. We're on the home stretch with the gold. You got this. Be proud of what you've achieved so far. I'm proud of you. So you should be proud of you. Look at the amazing work you've done. Or if you're just watching, look at the amazing time that you've just spent learning, you know? Go you. Oh, there's a dog. Sorry about that. I feel if I have them inside, they're just going to be barking inside because that's what dogs do. They bark, you know? And my two just bark at anything that moves. Okay. Looking good. Before I go over the top, I'm just going to go back in with this artichoke. So I'm going to sharpen it. I suggest you do the same. Just have a look over it to see if there's anything that you could add to it, if there's any mid-tones that you could bring back out, whether it's that sienna brown or that artichoke. Just have a look back, see what you think. Are you happy with it? Does it need more? I'm just bringing out a little bit more. Yeah, it's a good thing about layering is you can keep adding until you're happy with it. Now just go lightly. So I'm not holding my pencil too far. If you need to, this is probably a bad example for this pencil, but if you feel like you're heavy-handed, just run your hands back up a little bit and just do it that way. Hold your grip like halfway up the barrel instead of to the very end. And you'll find that helps you not be as heavy-handed. But for me, I don't know, I find that that's, by default, that's fine for me. But because this is a baby pencil, I'm almost getting to the point where I need to put it in a pencil extender, but it's all right. I can just deal. Just deal for now. Okay. Yeah, some of these are looking a little bit pale for my liking, so it's gonna go back over. What is that? There we go. And the other thing about when you have sharp pencils, the other advantage about not pressing too hard is that you're not going to snap your pencils because the ends will break off if you press too hard, which happens many a time to me. Many a time. Right, I might just darken up this top base a little bit. Can you see that? Yep, you can. Okay, just a little bit. Like we're talking like you 1%ers here. So and it does take a while to, especially if you're colouring in the morning, or if you haven't coloured for a while, it can take a while for your brain, eye, and hand coordination to kind of warm up. And then you'll find you just get into the flow of it. So again, I'm just going very lightly as I'm bringing this in because I don't want any harsh lines. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but that's how we learn. Okay. Let me sharpen my cream again, and then we're going to go over the top and just blend that all together and add a little bit of tone, a bit more tone. So this is the cream PC 914. So just over the top of everything. It goes over your darker color too. Just don't press too hard. Just a light layer over the top just to blend everything together. It's a subtle difference, but it is worth it, in my opinion. I think it really just adds a bit of warmth, and it just makes it just gives everything that kind of brushed gold kind of look. Going over the top. You don't have to be too pedantic. Like, obviously have a care, but don't don't sweat over it. Oh, look at us, guys. Look at this. Together, we have just completed our cake stands. High five. High five. Go you. You've done a thing. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit and see how we're looking. Oh, we're looking great. Look at those beautiful cake stands. Well done. Now we're going to move on to our cakes. And cakes are quite simple, even though they're detailed. I think they can freak us out a little bit because of how detailed they are. So I will just try and, there we go. So I'm going to do, it's going to be like vanilla and purple, but if you prefer like a chocolate cake, go for it. Use whatever color you like. Now let me just pull out my colors that I prefer. Right, I'm going to go this sand color for like a mid-tone. I'll show you what I mean. There's lots of different combinations that you can use for vanilla. This is just my preference. So I'm going to start with, sand. And I'm going to work these four tiers are going to be vanilla for me. I'll start from the bottom, and again, medium to hard pressure, scumbling, getting lighter as you go in. Crumbly pencil. Getting lighter as you go in. We will probably darken up the edges after. That's one side. Do the other side. Sorry, the other tier. This one. This one, harder, get lighter as you go in. Other side. Because these are rounded, the shading just brings a bit of shape. Yes, like I was saying, you can make this chocolate if you want. You can make these another color if you have a favorite combination. It doesn't have to be vanilla. This is just my preference for the color scheme. I quite like how a vanilla and purple cake kind of looks. Okay, next I'm going to go in with cream 914. So that's the same color that we used to like tone up all the cake stands. Give it a bit of a sharpen. Okay, and I'm just going to go in because cream is fairly light. I am just going to go through and color the whole lot. Sorry, my hand's in the way. But it's probably going to be. Just trying to get past all that. Just making way around the icing droplets. Okay, so we've got a little bit of shade there going on. I will go back and add a bit of brown. Just a light touch, not too much. And we will be covering over all these black lines with gel pen and acrylic paint pens. If you have them, if you don't worry about it. You just do with what you have. Don't race out to go get stuff if it's not really within your budget. I'm just scumbling, adding a little bit of colour. Again, I like the vanilla cakes to look fairly blonde. Just okay. Now I'm going to add in a tiny little bit of this sienna brown on the edges, just a touch. So just go very lightly. Just kind of layer it over the top very, very lightly. We don't want our vanilla cakes to look burnt. Very lightly. And I might even just blend this out because I want it to be subtle. I don't want it to be like, hello, I'm brown. Here we go. All right, let's do the same for the next 4. Feel free to skip ahead, pause the video, put me on silent, but I will be talking, so just gonna, oh, can you see? Maybe I would turn this around, but my desk is absolutely covered. I don't feel like I'll have the room without knocking everything off. Because I've got all the pencils from this left hand page that I did that are still there because I am going to put them all in my colour swatching book. I'm going to sharpen my cream again. Sorry, I should have reminded you that outside colour is sand, PC 940. And the cream is the main colour on the cake. So I'm just going in with that again. Scumbling to get into these little small areas. I might even just quickly blend that out there because that was bugging me. Oh, look, there's a little door. I don't know about you, but it kind of bugs me a little bit when there's like doors and there's keys and stuff. I'm a bit like, I know it's like rooms of wonder, so that's the whole point, but it's just an element that wouldn't be there that I have to think about. And usually when it comes to those things, I just don't even give it a second look and I end up not doing something creative with it because it bugs me. But I think even the key on the other page I haven't coloured. Alrighty. Scumble. I'm going medium pressure at the moment, just given that this cream is so light. And I might, sometimes what you can do too is once everything on the cake is coloured, you can go back and darken things up if you want. Again, it is better to go light and then add than have to try and take away or mask over work that you feel you've gone too heavy-handed for. It's a lot easier. And because the purple icing will be like a lavender, which you'll see once we've done. And again, if this vanilla is too pale for you, feel free to, you could add in like a goldenrod. You can add in some other creams and like a, just, yeah, whatever you like. You don't have to do the same as me. This is our third one, so just going medium to hard and then scumbling off. Taper off so you can't see that edge. It's just going to fade out like a distant memory. Like the memories of our childhoods. Fades away as we age. Oh dear. Am I the worst teacher or what? This is going to be fun too. I've got a good idea for this one. The top bit. Make it look funky. Right. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Sand. That was sand. Again, it's sand. Ah! Okay. Cream again. I'm going to sharpen it. I know you probably remember, but I should give you the benefit of the doubt. And always show it. Because some days we just wake up on the wrong side of the bed and our brains just don't follow us. Our brains could be stuck on the weekend. Or they could still be in last century like mine is sometimes. The other reason why I'm going to have purple elements is because purple, excuse me, purple goes really nice with gold. Just has that royal feel about it. And then I love how purple and mint green go together too. So it all just, the relationship between the colours to me is just divine. Getting in all those edges, okay. How you going? You still with me? Just remember to, while you're colouring, you might be holding some tension in your body. So just make sure that you're relaxing your shoulders, that you're not clenching your teeth or clenching your jaw. That you're not gripping the pencil too hard because that's going to hurt your hands and your wrist. Just make sure you've got a nice, like with the flexion in your wrist, just make sure it's nice and fluid. Okay, I'm just going to go in and darken up with a little bit of sand on the edges, I think. Yeah, I think often when we colour, I tend to just freeze up because I'm like, oh! So just keep your body nice and relaxed. Keep the muscles in your face nice and relaxed as well. You don't want to be stiff and sore. This is supposed to be relaxing. And you know what? Smile. We're enjoying what we're doing. Okay, just going to go with that sienna brown again. Just a wee little darken up on the edges. We're enjoying what we're doing, so we're smiling, we're relaxed, we're not tense. Just a nice, gentle grip on the pencil. You're not holding onto it for dear life. Okay, 2 to go. Sand again for the edges. Remember to rotate your pencil as it flattens, and you'll feel it. I need to sharpen this. I'm feeling it. It's no matter which way I'm turning it. Feels a bit flat. Bit of a gap. There you go. Make sure you have adequate lighting too, which is probably a given, but it is worth saying. Especially because it's winter time in the northern hemisphere for you guys. I'm in the southern, so it's summer, but even still, I have a ring light on. Just so I can see everything and I'm not straining. Okay, going back in with the cream. Because I think it's much like straining your ears. You don't really realize you're doing it until you then you have your volume at normal level, or then you have your light, like you might turn your light on, and you're like, whoa, I was straining so badly. So you want to save your eyes too. So just make sure you've got adequate lighting. Okay, so we're just going lightly again. Just enough so there's colour. And I'm just scumbling, I'm just rotating the pencil, or like circles and rotating the pencil. Doing both. If you wanted to, you could bring that sand color up further. It's up to you. Like I've been saying, this is just it's a preference of mine to keep them quite light. If you like your cakes more, I just forgot this bit, so I'll just go back and do it. If you like your cakes more medium colored, then go for it. Back to the cream. Then we've got one more to do before we start doing some icing, the fun part. Okay, going with my sienna brown now, just a tiny little bit. With my layering, I really don't have any rules that I like, hard and fast rules that, you know, like I always do my darkest first, I always do my lightest first. It depends on the element. So just keep that in mind too, because you may hear some people that talk about like, oh, I always do my darks first, or I always do my lights. Like that might work for them, which is awesome. For me, it depends. It depends on the thing. It depends on, yeah, look, it just depends on the element really. Okay. Sand, 940, that infamous pencil that I keep forgetting to tell you about. It'll help if I actually bring this in the middle, wouldn't it? There we go. I feel like my dog's about to start howling. I can hear a siren. All right, let's go in with our cream. I need to sharpen it again. This cream that I have is very soft. I mean, all the Prismacolors are soft, but some are just softer than usual. Back in with our cream. There she goes. Ignore the dog. Oh no, that's good, she stopped. Usually she just goes full hammer and tong. That's kind of funny. All right. Scumble, scumble. Last layer down the bottom. All right. Going back in with the sienna brown just for a bit of zhuzh. So lightly. I'm hardly pressing it, and even with that, I'm like, I need to blend it out a bit. Just a tiny bit. Just a little bit. Ooh, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. It's looking pretty good. Now we have the bases and we have the sponge elements of the cake, and now for the icing. So let's do this part first. I'm going to be using 2 purples. Orchid 1105. Now, orchid replaces lavender, I believe. I can't remember. Just use whatever equivalent you have in that set. Because I believe with the new sets, they discontinued lavender and something else and replaced it with orchid and amethyst. So use your orchid equivalent or just whatever like light purple you have, and then grade lavender, which you should have. I wish they didn't do that because it just makes it very confusing for everyone. So we're going to go with the orchid first. I'm just going to sharpen it up. Okay, so the orchid PC 1105. Zoom you back in. The top cake, we're just going to go, so we're going to colour it like hard to medium pressure and just light, and then taper off about halfway down because the other half is going to be the lighter colour. So harder pressure, work your way down, taper off. I should say medium to hard. I'm not pressing it very hard at all. We're scumbling again. So I'm doing it 2 colours just to create that bit of contrast and to create a bit of interest. Where I can, I try and have different shades and different things going on, and that keeps your pages looking fun. And it also just looks like it's catching a bit of light as well. Because when we think about it in the real world, nothing is a flat colour. There's always something going on. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep that going here, just where I can. I mean, you can certainly keep it flat if you want to. If you just want to have it the one color, like, go for your life. But for me, I just like to bit of something. Right, we're going to repeat the same thing with the next 3 layers on all the icing. So I will stay with you. Feel free to mute me if you want. If you would like some silence. I probably won't have music in the background. I won't add music as I'm talking, because I know that for a lot of people it can be quite a bit difficult, even if the music's like ever so subtly there. It can mean a lot of people can't concentrate on the voice of the person talking, which is fair enough. I experience that a fair bit, so I will probably not add it. But silence is nice. You probably hear my ticking kitchen clock. Right, last layer. And I think I might have to do a bit of a sharpen, just a little one. Because it's getting a bit... There we go. Right, next one. We'll just sharpen. All right, next one. So it's the same color, that orchid, the 1105. Scumbling, getting lighter. So you can use this technique not only on icing, but if you wanted to color leaves or flowers, you can add 2 colors in. This same technique. It's like a blending technique. So start harder and get lighter. Taper off so you can... so the pencil barely touches the paper. Oh, I think too, I'm probably gonna add this video as a time-lapse colouring. Because I know plenty of people like to just watch it extremely sped up. Again, I'm rotating my pencil, so don't forget to rotate your pencil as you feel it blunt on one side. And you might, so with this one, you might want to go back to and just go over. So too, see how I'm kind of, with each section that I'm doing, I'm overlapping the last one just so it's not gappy, but you might want to just blend it up with the pencil too. Show you what I mean more in this one. So I'm going to go like here. So yes, I'm going next to it, but I'm overlapping it a little bit. Like you would with paint, I suppose. Like you would if you were wiping your benches. All right, oh, crumbly bits. I just had to remind myself to keep my shoulders down. I was hunching. So a reminder for you too, just make sure that your body's not hunching and tense. Just relax, because that'll come through with your pencil strokes as well. Just be nice and relaxed. Make sure you got a cup of tea. Make sure you're drinking water. I would love a cup of tea. Maybe I should put the kettle on. Oh, this one needs to be sharpened now. It's looking very flat. The other thing too, when you don't have a sharpened point, you can't get in some of the finer areas. So that's another reason why we like to keep our pencils nice and sharp. I'm gonna put the kettle on actually. Excuse the kettle. Same thing. Heavier and then work your way out, lightening off. Tapering off so it's barely there. And just fix up any areas that look a bit gappy. Next layer, same thing. What are we? We're about an hour and a quarter in. Going pretty well. That be the kettle, Janice. I don't know why I said Janice. Right, 2 cakes to go, my lovelies. 2 cakes to go. Until we move on to the next color. That banging again is my dog. Apologies. They saw me at the kitchen window pouring my cup of tea and now they're just pandemonium. I'm not letting them in because their feet are absolutely covered in clay-like mud and it looks like they're wearing shoes, so no thank you. Oh God, I feel like I got to sharpen this already. Nearly. Give it a bit. I don't want to snap it. That's the thing. Like, you want to get it sharp, but you don't want to snap it at the same time. It's a delicate dance. All right, let me try. Oh, there we go. Sometimes I forget to taper off enough and I need to fix it. So to taper off, just like when you get to the point, just lift your pencil a little bit. Ever so slightly. All right, one more. Remembering to rotate, taper off, lift that pencil off at the end. Often the rotating and the lifting off I do in one go, depending. Just going to sharpen again. Apologies if my phone is hyper focusing. I've just been looking at it and I've noticed that it tends to focus a little bit on my thumb. Oh, that one wasn't long enough. Go back over that. There we go. Okay, so no harsh lines, tapering off. Oh, these parrots are going bananas. We have these beautiful parrot things that have got, what are they? They're just, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're parrots, multicolored birds. They're beautiful, but oh my God, they cause a racket. They like to sit in our magnolia tree out the front. We have a massive one and they just go absolutely bonkers. Okay, that is our top layer done. For the icing, I'm just gonna make my tea. Okay, we're back. Cup of tea. All right, let's go to the bottom half of our icing using grade lavender, 1026. I'm going to sharpen mine again. This is important, especially with... Oh, I've zoomed in too much. Especially with these cakes because we're going into these drips now. And same thing, just go from the other end and just bring it up until it blends. Taper off too. Taper off about there. And you can just do a bit of a blend up the top if you want. Just to get a seamless blend. We don't really want any white parts showing. And you don't want to see the line between the colours, so just blend it until you're happy with that. Don't worry if it's not perfect. We're not after perfection. This is art, it's not... We might think that it demands perfection of us, but it's certainly... That's false, it doesn't. Just focus on improving, not being perfect. Perfect will never be achieved. And you might need to just blend a little bit above that line too, just so so it's not streaky, if that makes sense. And you might feel like you want to go in with that first color and just blend it again. That's completely up to you. Just like we were doing with the cake stands and just like we've done with the sponge element, you can go back over until you're happy with it. That's the great thing about colored pencils, and especially the good thing about Prisma's colors is that you can just layer and layer until you're happy with it. It's easier to add than it is to take away, like we've been saying. There's a bird tapping at my window. How strange. Anyway. Okay. Sorry about my thumb, it's in the way. I'm trying to not. Just not. I'll zoom you out just a fraction. Maybe I've got that too There we go. Probably had it in too close. Probably don't need to see that far. You get it. Get the gist. How's that? Yeah, it's a bit better. Maybe. All right, last one for this cake. The good thing about this picture is that because there are 4 identical cakes, you can just, it's a great opportunity just to practice your skills. I think the next thing that we might do after the icing is the ribbons. Potentially, we'll see. Or maybe not, because they might... Maybe we'll just finish the cakes. Yeah, I digress. I'm getting ahead of myself. The only thing I know that we will definitely do last is the gel pen work. That'll be done even after the pastel work, because you do get a bit of, as much as I'll try and get in the... I'll try and not bleed over the lines with the pastel. It can happen. How are we looking? Yep, pretty good. Right, sharpening again. Excuse my drinking noises. So I'm still just doing little circles, little ovals almost. It's very subtle though, like it might look like I'm just like straight up and down, but in some spots I might, but for 80% of the pencil work, it's scumbling. Oh dear, let me attend to that. If I need to, do I? No, stop. That one is ace. That deep boof kind of bark is ace. His bark is worse than his bite. He's the most delicate little pansy of a thing. He just likes to think that he's tough. Okay, last little one. Right, cake number 3. Free for free. Sharpening. Sip of tea. I always love having a hot drink with a cup of tea. Just not near it Well, just not spilling it. I did once. Luckily, I'd coloured most of the page, so the waxiness of the pencil actually prevented it from ruining the page. So, yay. So hopefully you're getting a bit of a hang of scumbling and colouring and going in with a medium pressure and lightening off by now. It does become muscle memory, so the more you do it, the easier it'll get. But as I said, hopefully you're starting to feel a bit of repetition now. Which again is a good thing about this image, because it is 5 of the same thing. Which at times, look, you've got to be in the mood for it, don't you? You've got to be in the mood to repeat yourself when it comes to colouring elements. But I don't know, I find with the cakes, like there's only 5. I think it's okay. You could do them all differently if you wanted to, which I probably should have said that at the start, but I like them the same, and also because I want to keep it the same as the other page, which, I don't know, all the cakes were different, I could have, but oh my god, I'm rambling. This is like a colour along / colour and chat / tutorial / this is everything. This is going to go in so many playlists. Oh, I forgot to do that one. Let me get my orchid and just do that now. So many times I'll watch, if I'm watching a colour along, because that's how I learn, you can see that they've forgotten something and you're like, you forgot that bit, and you're kind of waiting for them to see it, and then they do, and you're like, yeah. I miss bits all the time. There hasn't been a single colour along that I've filmed where I've just left something out by accident. Very funny. I find that I tend to I enjoy watching colour alongs opposed to doing the colour alongs with them, because I find I can't keep up. But that is a skill that I need to learn, because there's many pages that I've seen on the internets that I would love to replicate and that I would love to learn. I've recently been watching a lot of how to colour skin and hair videos, because I have a Hannah Carlson book that I haven't touched yet, which is The Tales of the Atlantis. And I want to learn how to do those portraits. That really, yeah, those portrait styles. So, and one thing that I have kind of twigged, and we'll get to it in a moment, but with the ribbon, colouring ribbon and colouring hair can be similar. There are similar elements to it. It's not identical, but there are similarities, I think, which is cool. Which is like anything, really. It's like leaves and flowers have similarities when it comes to colouring them, which means that it can take the intimidation away from colouring certain elements when you realise that there are similarities. Now, I might go through and actually, with that orchid, go back through and darken some of these tops up, because I can still see a bit of white coming through the paper, which is fine. Again, that's what we do. We colour and then we like, oh, that needs to be lightened up a bit or darkened up a bit, so we do. It's a lot easier to add than it is to take away. Gosh, there's so many like couriers out today. Delivering parcels. I always wonder when they're dropping something off to someone else's house, I'm always like, oh, what did they buy? Is it for work? Is it, you know, is it something fun? Is it like, you know, hobby stuff, or is it boring? Is it kitchen stuff? I always want to know what they've purchased, but of course I would never ask because I would be the weird neighbor. I'm just sharpening my pencil again. I don't want to be the weird neighbor. Like, what did you buy? What's in your parcel? This pencil is almost getting pencil extender length. It's very tiny. It's very tiny. Right, how are you going? Take a sec and look back at your work and have a think about, is there anything that you would like to change, anything that you would like to go ahead and adjust? Just like I am going to be darkening up my orchid color a little bit. You may have a look at your cakes and think they're looking a bit blonde. Perhaps you would like to adjust your gold cake stands. Perhaps you need to adjust your icing. Perhaps you just want to break. Perhaps you want to make a cup of tea. Whatever it is. Do you need to feed the dog? Do you need to pay that bill? Do you need to pick up the kids? Did you forget the kids? Did you leave the kids at school? Did you remember to put the washing out? All those things. Did you remember to call your mother? It's very important. Sharpening my pencil again. As much as we would like to colour all day, every day, life needs to go on, alas. Oh, I'm going to put this in an extender. What I mean by extender, this. Pencil goes in the top. Now it just sits in the top, and the same with any screw-on thing, lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. So turn it right and it'll tighten. There we go, I have a longer pencil now. It just means that I can hold it better on it and I don't have the end of it like squishing in there and being uncomfortable. I just picked these up from Officeworks. You can get them on Amazon. You can get them probably a lot of art shops will have them. How long would we? Hour and 40. First I thought we could get it done in one hit, but I don't know. If we get to probably like the 4-hour mark, I'd probably break it up into a part 1 and part 2, depending. I don't think it will take that long, but we'll see. Okay, I'm going back in with my orchid now because I'm just going to zhuzh up a bit of these top layers because there's some white space coming through, which means that I can still see some paper tooth. conversation about paper tooth and what it is. It's probably for another day. Just a quick one. There's just some that, famous last words, just a quick adjustment, and then 20 minutes later. Okay, sharpen it. Oh, I forgot that bit. Yeah, so like I was saying, just go back through your work, have a look and see if there's anything that you want to adjust, anything that you've missed, anything that needs darkening, any of those mid-tones that you need to fight for, you know, that you need to bring up. I'm just doing that scumbly. I'm just filling in the white bits. I'm filling in the tooth of the paper because I don't want a lot of that showing. And the sharper your pencil is, the easier that it's going to fill in those white flecks. Think of it like potholes in the road. You're going through and you're filling it up with tarmac, or whatever you call it. In our country, it's bitumen, asphalt, tarmac, or bitumen. I don't know. Depends on what part of Australia you're from. All right, I'm filling this bit. The more I'm looking, the more I see, which that'll happen too. The more you look, the more you'll see. So it's really just a happy medium, because you could just keep going forever and you could really end up in a rabbit hole of correction. So just find that middle ground, because otherwise we'll just get obsessive. And I mean, look, there is a place for that, but just, yeah, just bear that in mind. Now I'm kind of just tapering off still. I'm just doing the same kind of actions. And sometimes you don't notice that you haven't gone hard enough with the first color until your opposing colors or your other colors in there, and you like compared to the second color, the first one looks a bit pale, so you need to adjust. That's all part of it, because with the colors, it's all about the relationship with each other, and sometimes for it to have harmony, you need to go ahead and adjust. Okay, I'm happy with that. I think I would like to work, let's do the cake elements now. Let's do this, the little meringue at the top. We're going to use 4 colors. Dahlia Purple, PC 1009. I will go ahead and sharpen that. Process Red, PC 994. I love this color, by the way. Hot Pink 993. Deco Pink 1014. Right, I'm starting off with my Dahlia Purple. I'm just going to sharpen it. Okay. Hopefully you can see that enough. Do I need to zoom you in on it? Oh, so zoom. Okay. Going in on the edges with the Dahlia Purple. Again, medium pressure, tapering off. And I'm going to go at this on either side, much like we did with the cake stands. Darker on the outside, lighter in the middle. That is a great way to create depth. And when your pencil is sharper, you'll have more control. See how I've got more control with getting into these little spaces and the detail. Now, because I'm adding like 4 colors in, I haven't gone like halfway. I've just gone about 1/4 of the way. Okay, the next color, which I will sharpen. Oh no, that's actually okay, is the processed red. It's our second darkest color in the combo, which I love. Processed red. It's very Barbie pink. And I love the way that the Dahlia purple and the processed red go together. So again, you're going to the edge and bringing it out, or even like not, like just off the edge. You're blending that out. So we're blending these colors together. We're not, yes, it's a layer, but it's more of a blend. And work your way closer to the middle, bringing it in. Now we've got a smaller gap, so we're going to go in with a little bit of hot pink. Go over what you've just done and bring it out just slightly. Leave enough room for our last color, but just a touch. And work your way out. See how I've just got a tiny bit of a gap? That's where our deco pink's going to go. Now I'm just going to sharpen it. Because that is going to add a bit of light. You could use white if you want to, but I want to use pink. And I'm just going to, in the middle, just go over that section in the middle. And there we have it. We will be using gel pen on the outside later because it maybe, just trying to think. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I don't know. I didn't on the other side, so there we go. That's one. Let's do the other. Okay, your Dahlia purple. There's a key on this one, so it makes it a bit, so just a little bit and taper off. You should be able to see a nice fade up on the next layer. The reason why I'm doing section by section and not just in one go is because it just looks more real if you just do the individual section. Because if you think about how this would be piped, it's piped in an individual pipe and then like layered on top of itself. So in real life, it wouldn't be exactly the same every layer. It'd be different. So it's why I'm doing each section, because it won't look as like, I don't know, the layering will look better. It'll be more effective. Okay, again with our processed red, our second color. Same thing, just bring it out a bit. Now this technique, you can use this technique in flowers. You can use this technique in anything. It's pretty much the same as everything else that we've done. It's just slightly different. Same but different. Bring that out like so. Oh, I didn't leave a gap there, but the key's in the way, so. Okay, hot pink. Bring that out, taper it off. So you've just got a little gap there. I might even close that up just a bit more. Okay, then going in with the deco pink. Start from the middle, just work your way out. Overlap some of the other colours just to blend it all nicely. Cover up any white spots. Okay, let's repeat that again. Dahlia purple. Oh, hair. Cup of tea. I'm so sorry if that irritates you. I'm so sorry if that sound annoys you. Okay. Harder pressure, lighten off in each section. section by section. Because if you did it in one just kind of chunk, it'd just look a bit flat. Okay, next in the line is our process red. Process. It's like data. Tomato. Potato. Not really. Okay, I think I may have gone a bit too far out. That's okay. That happens sometimes too. You'll find that as well. Sometimes you'll be a bit, yeah, like I've just gone too. That's all right. They're small enough that it's not gonna be detrimental. Okay, hot pink. And I think if you think about meringues like this in real life too, like they won't all be uniform. Just a little bit there, just a little bit of a gap, saved it. Okay, deco again. Go over the middle, smooth that out. That one's done. Okay, let's go onto the bottom one. I'm just going to move my camera. There we go. Dahlia purple. Just checking my hand that I don't have any flecks on it because I'm left-handed, which if you're left-handed too, you'll know what I mean, where you go and check your hand to make sure that it's not absolutely covered in pigment. Okay. Process red. Medium pressure, lighter as you go out, not too much. Oh, I forgot that little section, see? Huh, hilarious. I find that when I'm working upside down, when the element's upside down, I'm more prone to forgetting sections because I can't visualize it the same way that I can when it's upright. Strangely enough. Just love the blend of these colors. If you're working with polychromos or something, or some other pencils, you might not be able to mush them as well. So if that's the case, feel free just to keep layering until you get a nice blend. I mean, they should, but just on the off chance that they don't, because Prismas are notoriously, sorry, that was hot pink. Prismas are notoriously mushy. In a good way. Sometimes not. Okay, so this Deco Pink not only serves as the middle colour, it also tones the rest of it when you colour over it, just like we did with the cream on the stands. It has two purposes. Oh, there we go. This one. Cannot wait to zoom you out. Oh, but I probably won't because we'll be doing other little bits and pieces. Keeping your pencil nice and sharp. Okay, that was Dahlia purple. Now we're going in with the process red. Again, this is the last one. Probably my favourite element. You know, I was going to do... hot pink. I was going to do the ribbons the same as this, but I don't know now. I just don't know because I don't know if it's going to be too bright. Okay, and finish that off with our deco. Okay, let's see how that's looking. I'll bring everything up. I'll zoom you back out to an acceptable level. Okay, it's looking quite good. So I was going to do the oh, should I? You know what? I think I might do a bit of a more subtle because it might take away from these. I'll still do pink, but it might not be as crazy. But let's keep working with these cake elements and I'll come to that later. Zoom you back in at an appropriate level. There we go. All right, I'm gonna go, half of it's gonna be gel pen. Maybe even sparkly. Let me have a look. Where's my, sorry, this is me just making decisions on the fly, because that's also what we do. I'll show you what I'm doing. I've got a scratch pad and I'm just deciding what gel pen I would like to use. I've got this sparkly pink as an option. The purple as an option. Another kind of like candy pink. I have many gel pens. Unfortunately. Oh yeah, no, that one's probably too pink. Maybe, I don't know. So I've got a few options, but you know, maybe I'll leave that after the ribbons. Yes. Let's do the ribbons. Now I'm doing the ribbons first because that's gonna help me decide what colors everything else is gonna be. What will I use? Let's do I think I want to do 4 colors. You know what? Let's just do the same, I think. Let's do the same. We'll see if I regret it. Sorry. Dahlia purple we'll start off with. Now, when it comes to ribbon, again, Johanna has been very kind in adding some hints as to where the darker colour is going to go by adding this shading in, which is lovely. So as you'll see, every time that the ribbon changes direction is when we're changing the colour. And also when it's behind an element as well. So we've got some hints as to how, so I would go darker here and work light inwards, darker here, work lighter inwards there too. And it's the same with hair. So every time it changes direction, you're changing how light and or dark it's getting, because that's how hair would look in real life. So I'll start with the purple. And you'll see, because this is a bit of a bigger area, you'll see what I mean with the blending. So harder pressure, lighten off to about there. Taper off. Now you could just colour these sections in their stripes. I don't want to do that. Sometimes I just colour over the lines and do my own thing. So notice how I'm blending it outwards here, and there's no definitive line as to where it ends. It's just kind of blends out. Same with this. No definitive line, and I'm just going about 1/4 of the length each because I want to be able to fit all the colours in, and I don't want to have to like favour one colour too much. Okay, process red is our next one. So we're just using the same colours as we did for the meringue. I originally wasn't going to do it, and now I am. So just go over the purple a little bit with the process red, and then just use the same technique, medium to hard pressure, and then scumble your way out. You start tapering off when you get to the last bit of that purple that you've just coloured over. Now you can see how it's kind of seamlessly gone from purple to pink. It's just like a smooth transition. It's not It's not a harsh line. Again, if you're doing it on bigger elements, the line's more obvious, but smaller elements they're very forgiving. Sorry, I was just looking at the time. 2 hours. I'm not counting. No, I am just aware of it. Okay, lightly working your way through. Going back over anything, especially your edges. Just keep an eye on your edges. Okay. Hot pink. Also, keep your pencils nice and sharp. Just be aware, because the blend won't look as good if you have a blunt pencil. Everything needs to be sharp. Yeah, I think I'm glad I've gone this way. Oh, you can see a bit of a line there, so I'm just gonna just have those edges touching, just going over a bit of a line there. Okay, now for the deco pink. Just gonna mush all that out. Okay, so it's nice and colourful. So you can see we've got a nice contrast now between the light and the dark. A lot of pencil dust there. Just keep an eye on the pencil dust on your page. If you don't wipe it off, your hand will probably smudge it into the paper, and then you might need to erase that out. Okay. So this is the same technique if this was hair, and it, like Hannah Carl's on hair, then you could do strands in this way. If you're working with like the grayscale colouring, like the wildflower folk where the hair's already in, you would use a different technique. Sorry, when like you can see the hair strands, but because we're just like one solid, we don't need to. Yeah, so there's different ways you can do it. Anyway, more on that later. I'm just going to go with my dark here and work up, and then continue this dark here as well. And because it's changing direction, I'll bring it out again. Now, because the reason why I'm changing it when it changes direction is not only because that's how it looks in real life. Sorry, that was Dahlia purple. Now we're back to process red. I'm just going to sharpen it a bit. It's because if an element changes direction, it's going to look different because the light is hitting it in a different way. If that makes sense. For example, if you can notice my nail, see how as my nail changes direction, the light is different on it too. See how that the most curvy bit at the top, closer to the light, is shiny because of the direction. Anyway, you get it. Just trying to give you like real life examples so you can see why. So hopefully that makes sense. Because if you know why, and if you understand, then it makes colouring other elements easier, because we're going to understand how light works. Okay, hot pink, which needs a sharpen. Okay, again, harder. Get lighter as you go. Leave a little bit of a gap, and then we can go in with our deco pink over the top, mush it together, colour over. Look back at it, see if there's anything that you need to fix. I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm going to go down to this part here. Same thing. Now that will be quite a tight transition, so I might not work through, this might only be 2 colours. So just bear that in mind too. So you've got to think of distance. Now I'm leaving a tiny bit of white space there just because I feel like in real life that would be lighter. Just a tiny bit. So that was the Dahlia Purple again with the processed red as our second colour. I'm going to leave it again just a tiny bit. I want to go over it in a lighter colour. Now I'm going back with the purple. Back with the purple on this side. Yeah, half the reason why I wanted to do a colour along where I'm talking you through each element is so that you understand why, not just what I'm doing, but you can understand, yeah, the reason behind it, and you can understand some of the intention and the thought, and so it makes a bit more sense, because often if you just see someone doing it, you're like, okay, cool, but why? Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a... Yeah, you get it. Sorry, I sing every time I say a phrase and it's a song, I'll just sing it. Which you probably know by now. Okay, I'm just going to go through this Dahlia Purple and just mush that up a little bit. There we go. Hot pink. Again, just mush that out. Bit of a line there. Look, sometimes I forget to. Oh, don't get my hair in that. Right, just enough. Just enough of a gap. And there we go. Now I've just added the lightest on that because it creates a bit of a, it's like, oh, there's the top of the thing. It's, you know, makes it look interesting. Okay, back with our Dahlia Purple. And because it's getting smaller, the ribbon's getting smaller, so we need to up our detail game. Bit of that. Purple's going to carry through to here. Another way to think of this is, you know, those gymnastic ribbons that you can, you know, they've got all the colours on them. Quite often they're like this as well. In terms of these colours, the colour gradient and how they blend between each other. Because when they're twirling, you'll notice how they look shimmery and glittery. Down there as well. Can you still see me? Yep. Okay. Tap that off just a little bit. Process red. Now I'm just going to go for the hot pink in that middle bit. I've just done it a tiny bit. And I'll just take that off like that. Yeah, sometimes you'll only have space for 3 colours and that's fine. You can try and squish it in, but I'm not worried. This almost needs a sharpen. Oops, went over the line. Oh well. Same thing with this. Right, hot pink. I'm just going to go over the top like that. Over the top there. Over the top here. Yeah, I'm glad I chose this colour. I like it. I'm glad we went with it. If you chose something different, that's fine. That is more than fine. That is good. Yes, please make your own stylistic choices. Here we go. All right, let's do this section. My pencil is all right. I think. Yeah, no, it's all right. Again, I'm just following her shading. Bring these out a bit longer so they're kind of the same length-ish. Same with these edges here, just a bit of purple there. And here too. Okay, process red. It's going to give that a sharpen. It's not as pointy for me as I'd like. Okay, process red. How's my hand going? Looking fine. Oop. Went a little bit too sharp. Just a little bit of a gap for hot pink just down here, which is fine. That should be okay. I was just checking the tip. So hot pink, harder pressure just so you can blend it all in. Nice. Blend that over. Because you want it to change colour, but you don't want to see where it changes as much for this particular effect. Because you know how ribbon just has a way of doing that. I don't have any ribbon on me to give you an example. And then I've just sharpened this, so I'm trying not to break it. Oh, spoke too soon. Mush that together. Mushy, mushy. Oh dear. Okay, that's one ribbon done. Let me zoom you out so you can see. It's looking nice. Now what you could do, you don't have to colour the background if you want to leave it white, because it actually is looking quite nice. Even though I will be using pastel on the background, you don't have to. Feel free to stay with me while we colour the rest, or you can skip ahead to when I'm done, or you can mute me if you like. It's up to you. I will just carry on here. I won't pause anything because you might want to hang around. You might feel that you're not confident enough yet to do the other on your own. So I will keep going, but feel free to skip ahead if you are comfortable. Okay, so Dahlia, oof, I hacked at this one, Dahlia Purple. I feel like I've just gone at this pencil like an alligator. Check you can still see. I'm so sorry if my hand ends up getting in the way. I'm trying to remember. Okay, process red. That one. Same technique. Follow the shading lines if you're unsure. Going out beyond the previous colour's end point. Try and make them even if you can. Don't stress if they're not. All right, hot pink. Pause the video if you need to catch up. Please don't worry about going slower. I only go faster at this because I've used this technique a lot, and for me it's just quite like the muscle memory's pretty well set in stone, but it isn't for everyone, so don't fret if you need to pause and catch up. That's fine. Scumble, scumble, lighten off. I'm going to bring some darker colour through here because I won't reach. I don't think. I'm just going to go the deco pink over the top on this section. And let's do a quick moving up through our colours. Go, good decision. Sometimes you will be making those decisions on the fly. It just depends on how far you reach with your colours. Might sharpen that just a little bit again. Just bring that down a bit. There we go. Dahlia purple, sorry. Again, just a reminder to rotate your pencils if you need to. Or not if you need to, you will. Just rotate your pencils as they get blunter. And again, I'm going over the shades in my darkest colour. So it's as your ribbon changes direction. You'll notice that the shading's there. So you just go over that. Thankfully, she's done that for us, which is great. I'm actually just going to continue with the Dahlia over here. And just put it where the shading is. Behind the cake stand, because there will be less light there, hence why there is shading there. Behind this cake as well, can you see that? Yep. Again, the little gap, I almost went over it. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Don't worry if you've forgotten it. It's an optional touch to the element. Okay, this side. Okay, I feel like I'm rushing. I need to slow down. My hair's not in the way. I feel like I just knocked it with my head. All right. That's the purple. I'm going to sharpen my processed red. Again, feel free to pause if you need to catch up. All G in the H, all good and hood. Processed red. Surely we'd all remember our colours by now, but you know what? Because I'm not going to put them on the screen because I'm talking to you. I should just keep telling you about them. I'd definitely put them on the screen if this was a silent colour along. Absolutely, because like I can show you the pencil, but who's going to... Like you might forget or you might not notice when it's changed. So 100% when I'm not talking, but when I'm talking, because I'm constantly like, okay, now we're using this colour again. It's like I don't need to double up. And to be quite honest, putting the pencil names on the screen is takes the longest time. The most time consuming task of the editing process. Okay, let's go down here. Back up here, I'll leave this little gap. Back down here. I've just reminded myself to not hunch my shoulders, so this is our reminder for our posture and for our ergonomicness. To make sure we are comfortable, that we're not clenching anything. Okay, now we're going in with our hot pink. I'm going to colour over that. Don't fret if some of this looks a little bit different to the other ribbon. Don't worry about it. They don't have to be exact. Because if these were 5 different ribbons, they would look different anyway, so don't worry about it. Let's not forget up here. Ooh. Sorry if I just randomly go off camera and just get carried away. Getting out of hand. Look, I would suggest not blowing the dust away because you're going to get spit marks on there. Use a brush if you can, but I think I just get so focused that I just don't. I get on a roll. I'm like, I don't have time for the brush, which is ridiculous because this is supposed to be relaxing. Okay, there's a bit of a line there that I just want to... Okay, I'm going to bring this out a bit because I don't want too much of a gap. Okay. Deco pink. Over we go. Last colour, and that's our second ribbon done. Well done. Thank you for sticking with me so far. We're going great. Well done. You're doing a great job. Proud of you. And this last little bit here, can you see that? Yes, you can. How good are these cake stands looking, by the way? Just take a sec and just step back and have a look at your cake stands. Just marvel at what you've learnt today or what you've done. You may already know how to do metal. And this is purely for entertainment purposes. Okay, let's work on these two. I'm going to try and position this so you can see, so they're both in the shot. There we go. My tea, excuse me, is done. 3 ribbons to go. I'm going to do the same thing and just do all the purple at once. So all the dahlia purple at once. Again, just nice and sharp so you can get in on those kooky angles. Or feel free to turn your book if you need to. Rotate the pencil. Yep. Bit of this in the middle. Sometimes you will need to look back through and see what you've done for the other one. Again, you don't want them all the same, but it's just a bit of a reference. As in, they can be all the same if you want, but don't stress if they're not. Because this isn't copy-paste. This is not AI. You are doing this with your own creative skill, with your own talents. Oop. There we go. Now we're whispering. I don't know why. Maybe because every time I talk, I can hear the dogs like, "Ah, Mummy, let me in." But I won't because they're muddy. Okay. The other benefit to not rushing is that you can connect with the page a little bit more. That whole concept of mindfulness and just being at one with whatever you're doing is very important. Again, sorry that I keep swallowing. So I still have a few frogs in there. Yep, so yeah, mindfulness. How profound. Right. Purple for the next one, shall we? Then we've got one more to go. I'm just going to give this a sharpen, actually. I'm loving how this is turning out. I really like these colours. I am a pink and purple and gold person. I like many other colour schemes, but I really like this one. And I will show you, because I used a colour cube for the inspiration for the other page that has subsequently influenced this page. I used a colour scheme from a colour cube and ended up adding so many other colours because there's so many elements on the page, and I felt that if I'd kept it to the 5 colours that it would have been a bit ho-hum. And purple is in there. It's just like it's in the picture, but it's not a lot. But yeah, I love the way that it's turned out, and I think if I hadn't used that as a base, the colour cube card that I will show you at the end, if I remember, then I may not have got this. So I'm happy. Long story short, hate to hear the long version. Apologies for my fingers. I'm just holding the page flat because it is, this section that I'm colouring is nearing the middle, and it just bounces a fair amount if I don't hold it. Again, don't forget to rotate your pencils, pencil. All right, that's the purple. Now, onto the process red, which we know is our second colour. Right, sorry, I was just having a look at, I'm just constantly looking back. Not constantly, occasionally I'm looking back just to make sure that I'm roughly following the same silhouette or change of colours, I should say. Yeah, looking good, guys. You're doing a marvellous job. Oh, there goes my stomach. I'm starting to get hungry. Just remember to keep your colour changes nice and blended. Try and reduce those harsh lines as much as you can. I do understand that it is practice and it is muscle memory, so don't be too harsh on yourself. If you have those lines, you will improve, I promise. And there are some days as well when we just can't seem to get the coordination right, and that is fine too. That happens to the best of people, I believe. I'm just sharpening again. Just do the best you can with where your brain's at today, is all we're doing. That's all anyone's doing, really. I mean, when you think about it. Again, I've just come off the back of 5 days straight in bed. So, I mean, I have done some colouring, but for a lot of it, I just had to colour for half an hour, and then I literally just sitting up was too hard, so I just had to go back to bed. So I'm feeling a little bit better today, apart from it's still lingering a bit. I wouldn't say I'm better. Probably still wouldn't leave the house. You just don't know. I just don't know, like, if there's anyone that I would pass this on to that, you know, would be severely immune compromised. So I just try and think of other people. So I'm just hanging around home. Okay, over here. You could probably easily see that the scumbling motion that I'm using now. It's a bit easier to see on bigger elements because I am doing bigger circles anyway. That is Ace. My oldest dog. All right. Now for the other one. It was good though, because even though I was in bed, I watched many colouring tutorials. Many. It was good. Because I tend to overcomplicate things in my head. So watching colour alongs is great, and tutorials where they're like talking you through it, because you realise how simple things can actually be. Something, you know, might be perceived as hard, but is actually quite simple, and vice versa. So it's good just to check, you know, you can just, helps you keep your perspective in check, I think. Sorry for that rough and tumble, just sharpening my pencils again. Yeah, yep, that was just 2. I check this section every time. My stomach is making many noises. Lol. Nice and light on the way out. Just going to bring this one out further. Adjust as needed. Okay, hot pink time. Sharpening time. Back we go. Oop. Leaving a nice gap. Same with here, nice little gap. Close this one up. Remember to taper off. I'm sure you've got that down pat by now, but I'm probably saying it just to remind myself. If you've got some sections which look a bit blocky, just keep going over it until you've smoothed them out. Smoothed, not smoothed. Gosh, again, was not raised by wolves. Proper diction is important. All right, next one. Oh, heck. Snappy snap. My God. Some of the pencils just are a bit more crumbly than the others, and I think it depends on the heat as well. The temperature, I should say. I couldn't tell you in like what way they change, but I do know, and I have noticed that depending on the weather, the pencils will behave differently with each other. But yeah, again, I couldn't tell you exactly how or when or... All right, now for our last deco pink, I'll just give it a bit of a sharpen. Just fits in my sharpener. It's looking very baby pencil now, so... Covering up the gaps, smooth it out. Okay, we have one ribbon to go, guys. We are on the home stretch when it comes to the ribbons doing well. And then all that we have left is a little bit of element work on the cakes. And then we can get to our pastel work, which is optional if you don't have pastels. If you would like to leave it blank, it is up to you. I'm just gonna quickly just turn this a little bit. Sorry. Oh. I'm still thinking about what colours I want to use for the rest of the elements. I have an idea for the leaves. I've got that sorted. It's just the other things. Yep, looking a bit curly. Smooth it out. There we go. Okay, let's add in our process red. There you are. Doesn't look like it needs too much of a sharpen. Yet, anyway. Again, going over that purple just to blend the colors well. Don't go right to the edge, but just enough. You'll feel it. I need to sharpen that, it's feeling a bit blunt. A good indication of when you need to sharpen is when it just starts feeling harder to control your pencil, and when it just feels a bit heavy and clunky, you'll kind of know that it's time to change over. Sorry, to sharpen it. When you lose that control. Oops, it's gone over the lines. Oh well. Now, oh yeah. Sorry, I was just referring back to how far I went with this particular section of ribbon on the other ones. Okay, time for hot pink and a sharpen. Okay, down here. Cover up that with a hot pink. Blend out any prior colors that you feel are a little bit gappy. This is a bit, just gonna bring that together, lighten that up a bit. Now for this last one, oh, sorry if that was off camera. I have a feeling it may have been. Okay, decor. Bring together all your colours. Smushy smush, go over that highlight. Probably should have said, and maybe I did, I can't remember. You can use white if you want to, but on this occasion I'm using pink. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And that edge there, okay. Look at our lovely ribbons. Looking good so far. We only have a couple of things to go before we work on the background, before adding in another layer of gel pen. We're going to do the cake elements next. So, let me think. Okay, let's zoom in. I'm going to do the base. Now I'm using the same, I'm using Orchid PC 1105 for every second little icing blob. And I'm just keeping that the one colour. Let's go over the next one too. I'm using this colour just to keep a little bit of continuity in what's already on the cake. I don't want to add too many new stuff. Sorry, new colours. There will be some. I don't want all of it to be different. I want some of it to be the same, because that way you're just going to bring... It's just going to keep the page consistent and it'll tie together really well. So when it comes to your colour choices, just everything in moderation. Don't do too much of one thing. Don't do, yeah, like too many new colours or, yeah, you get it. Okay, at this point you might need to sharpen your pencil, which I will be doing. I've got one more to go, and then I will add some gel pen, but I don't want to do it just yet because I am going to probably smush it with my hand, so we're going to leave it for the moment and we'll finish off the pencil work before adding in some. Okay, now let's look at these little oranges here and the little layers of icing behind it. Let's use our processed red for these little bibbida boobities behind it. do these on all of them. I suppose the citrus, it could be orange, it could be like candied orange, candied lime, lemon, if you even candy lime and lemon, I don't know. It could be whatever colour you want. I'll probably make it maybe a peachy kind of colour or something. Just looking in my stash over there. Okay. Now for the, where are the colours that I want to use? There's that one, and I think, was it, ooh, yeah, what colour was it? I think it was these two. So, oh, was it? Hang on. Definitely salmon pink. So get that one out. Yeah, ooh. Yeah, salmon pink. And also light peach. So grab those two. I'm just going to sharpen my salmon pink. Now with the salmon, I'm going to go over the rind in the salmon. Every rind, I'm not skipping any. Oop, snappy snap. Okay, and then just go through every cake and do the same. Focus on the middle, please. There we go. I've got that door to consider as well. I'm not sure yet. Probably gel pen. Just going to sharpen the salmon again. You can hear that in the sentence. I'm just going to sharpen my salmon. Needs sharpening. Okay, now we're going to go through and do the middle parts, like the flesh, if you will, in this light peach, if it'll focus. That is 927. So I'm just going to go ahead and colour those in. I'm just doing those flat as well because they are small. Not every element on your page needs to have shading. I like to, majority, yes, but not everything. But hey, if you're just having a day and you just want everything to be the one, like just, if you just want everything to be a flat colour, then by all means, go ahead. You could go oranges or green for lime if you wanted to. Either will complement the purple and the pink, I feel. Okay, let's do these little boobida bubbities. What colour shall we use? I'm going to go some Dahlia. So these are going to be a mix of pencil and gel pen. Sorry, I didn't have that. These, I'm doing these in Dahlia purple. There. So yes, they're going to be a mix of gel pen and pencil, just to mix it up. Let's do the next lot. Actually, while we're there, let's bring out that processed red again because it's behind the oranges. I want to bring it up into the element above as well, just for a bit of continuity. Now you'll notice, yeah, so I've used the Dahlia purple because it is in the ribbons. I might even bring some of that salmon in here as well in a gel pen colour. Let's do that next one. So I've got my Dahlia purple again. Again, just scatter. Try not to have the colours touching if you can. Sometimes it doesn't always work out that way. Just try and scatter it evenly. Oh, not there. Yep. But again, don't lose sleep over it if it doesn't work out that way, because sometimes you just can't space them out. It just doesn't work. Or there's not an even amount of duvalakis. I feel like I did a lot more the other ones. With these, you might find that you just end up going back through and just adding more as you go. Because when you're adding multiple colours, you might be like, oh, I don't want to do too many purple because then I might not have enough. But it's just you'll just figure out and adjust as you go as to what colours need to. See, I just did it together. Yeah, you'll figure it out. Especially when it comes to these little sprinkle things. It's just so hard to know because you don't know how many are there. Unless you wanted to count them, which, be my guest, not for me. Okay, so I will do the gel pen elements later. I'm going to move on to the top now. Doing the leaves first. What colour? Sorry, I am just... One will be a Kelly green, so get that one out. 1096. Yeah. So grab your Kelly green, 1096. Give that a good sharpen. Also grab your pale sage. It's really hard to read on that pencil. Pale sage, 1089. Grab that out too. The leaves are tiny, but I reckon we can fit a couple of colours in there. So just bring it up halfway. With the Kelly green. Halfway. Repeat that on every cake topping because they're all the same. Oh, there's a bit there too. I just missed a leaf. Yeah, when it comes to your smaller leaves like this, you're probably only going to fit 1 to 2 colours in there before it just becomes way too crowded. I mean, if you can fit 3 and then you're amazing. But I find that just easy does it. Even with these tiny flowers, 1 to 2. Okay. Just keep an eye out for the difference between a leaf and a flower petal. It's very easy to accidentally colour over a flower petal in a leaf colour. I've definitely done that before, and vice versa. You can always erase it if you do, but just, yeah, keep an eye out. Once that's done, go over the whole thing again in the pale sage. So colour the entire leaf, so go over that Kelly green. It'll just be a nice blend. Nice, fresh, minty green. Go over all your leaves on every cake in that colour. Again, this technique can apply to any tiny leaves that you're colouring in. Oop. Sometimes even you don't have to use a pale sage, you can use like a light blue. That works well, say for colours like dark green. You can do like a dark green and light blue, and that looks pretty good. The blue kind of makes it look like kind of makes the leaves look a nice like pastel green. Okay, flowers. What am I gonna do for? Oh, I've got an idea. Hopefully this will work. I'm just checking what purple I used last time for that. I think it was, because I've got an idea. Hold on 1 second. Don't think it was that purple. I think it was a darker one. Was it this one? Yeah, I believe it was. Okay, 2 new colours. Muted turquoise, PC 1088. Find that one, sharpen that. And then Palm Violet, 1008. Sharpen that one as well. So I'm going to be starting off with the Palm Violet for the middle and just colour about halfway up and just taper off. And you may as well do it for this little, just with this little flower on the side. Just colour the whole thing the one colour, that's all right. So again, just little circles and taper off. Colour about half of it, but yeah, make sure that edge is tapered. It can be a little bit hard to do. And for me, I'm just doing that flower solid. You can do the same if you want. You could have it a couple of colours, but I'll keep it the same, just so it's a bit different. That makes sense. Keep it the same so it's different. What? All right. Last one. Oh, I've got to think about that key colour too. I'll probably just do that in gel pen at the very end. If in doubt, gel pen. Okay, now come in with your muted turquoise. Start from the outside. Work your way in, but don't colour completely over the purple. Just about half of it. Because you want to blend the purple, but you don't want to completely lose it either. So just colour over. I hope you can see just about half. And again, just the blue about halfway. Do taper off, but do cover the purple a little bit. Not too much. I quite like the combination of this muted turquoise blue and purple. It's quite nice. For the center of the flowers, I'll be using gel pen at the end, and same for the balloons. So this is the last penciled element for the page. So well done, my friends, well done. We have conquered a giant. Well, maybe not a giant, but we have conquered something. Yeah, I wouldn't call this page massive, but still a decent effort. Okay. Zoom you out. Now, I'm just gonna get my prep started for my, gonna move all my pencils back into their little spot. Zoom me out just a bit. Because I'm gonna prep a blank page, and you'll see why in a minute. Gonna get my pastels laid out. I'm just opening them up and I'm just setting them over there. So if you're wondering what colors I'm using, this is that Pearl Medium White Fine. I have a Chrome Oxide green tint. Turquoise. Diary Light Yellow. Yeah, Diary Light. I always get Dairy and Diary. So that's the 4. Now that yellow is only going to be just a touch. Now I will pause the video because I am going to go and grab a couple of things. Okay, so I have just a paper towel to wipe excess pastel off with. I have some tools from Soft Tools. Anything like, or any tool like this that you have is fine. If you have like a soft tool in another shape or a similar shape, or even makeup, like a eyeshadow little pad, that works as well. Anything that's spongy like this, because I'm using this to get into the little areas. And the best thing that I find are cotton buds. I'll show you. So if I zoom in, I will zoom in a bit further in a sec, but what I'm going to do is use the cotton buds to dab ever so lightly into colours that I need and put them on the paper, and then I blend on the paper. So just 1, 2, 3, or just, you can see I get some stuff there. And then onto the paper, and I just dab it And I've got some powder to work with, and you can smoosh it around. And I'm going to do the same with this. Just a little bit in there. So I've got it on here. And I'm just going to dab it on the paper. And I'm just setting it to the side, because then I go in with my soft tool and I just grab what I need. Just a little bit, I find, and you can wipe it off. I find that is easier than, well, it's easier for me to do it that way than go directly into the pastel tin with my soft tool, because I end up grabbing too much. So I find this way I can control what I use a lot better, and I can control the shade. The other thing I'm going to get is some paper. What I'm going to do is start off by using this just on the corners and around these elements. Oh. So I'm just getting myself sorted with the pastel. All right. So I'm just going to grab some of that dust and just start by moving it around it. Now you can use a makeup pad. You can use the other soft blending tools, the soft brand that is, blending tool, if you like. And I'm not going for a solid color. I'm kind of going for a little bit of a difference with each of that turquoise and that lighter green that I had there. I want it slightly dappled, but not too much. I'm just wondering why that line is there. Why is that? I'm not sure why that line's coming up. Anyway, so a little goes a long way. If you have the pastel sticks, this same thing works by shaving a little bit off. A tiny little bit of it will get on your work, but I'm not too stressed about that because I can work around it. Oh, I don't know why it's doing that either. Interesting. I've just noticed a little bit of smudge there, but I can't seem to get rid of. That's okay. Usually, if this page next to it was one that I didn't want to get stuff on, get a bit of washi tape and stick it on the edge, or better yet, a bit of paper stuck with washi tape, so then you can protect it. But I'm not worrying about it at the moment because it's the same color. Now, I'm not going to go in with that yellow until the very end. And I'm just collecting more and putting it on that paper and just mixing it up and dabbing it. It is coming up a bit grayer on the camera than it is here. Here it's like a mint kind of green, and I'm just going to get it as close to the edge as I can without interrupting it too much, and because that's when I'll come in with that soft tool and do the rest, but I just want to get as much as I can with this. So a little bit does go a long way. It starts getting real powdery if you end up having too much. Again, it's just for a background. I'm not actually painting any pictures with it. Okay, I'm going to go in with that. And all I'm doing is I'm just using the shavings that I've created, and I'm just dabbing in, tapping a bit off. I'll zoom you in. So I'm just going to go through. I'm going to start to apply it. And I'm going to blend it until, and I might come in with a bit more, like another sponge or another, maybe, depending. on how it's going, but I feel like it's okay. And you just keep working at it until you get the texture that you want. You can get it right to the edge. I tend to just chop and change between bits depending on what's actually loaded on the brush, on the sponge, I should say. Now, just again, I'm not a professional artist. I'm just using these based on what I have seen and what I have observed and what works best for me. So I'm not saying that this is the only way to use pastels, this is the best way, or that this is how you must use them. No, I'm just doing it the way that I like to do it. Okay, because you can, yeah, with these you can get in nice and close to the element, which is good. It's really about just building up the layers until you've found an effect that you like. Again, you might want to leave the background blank. Sometimes less is more. A lot of the times images don't need it. They don't need a background. They're good on their own. I'm just gonna get a bit of that into there and mush it around. You might not be able to see. Let me just, there we go. Again, you can start off with a bit of a streak, but you just blend it until it does what you want. The only thing with these little things is they will corrode quite quickly. Wear away, I should say. Corrode probably means the same thing. Oh dear, excuse my dogs. While my phone was charging, I just went out and threw the ball for them and played with them for a little bit just to keep them occupied, but you know, never does a job, does it? Okay. You can see why I'm saving the gel pen work to the end, because I don't want any particles of dust to go over it. And again, I'm not after a block color. I'm after a bit of a cloudy effect. Just like a bit of a dappled, bit of a different here and there. And I will come in with the yellow probably towards the end and a bit of that shimmery white as well. That adds a nice effect, but I just want to get this mint green down first and make sure I'm happy with that, because that's the main element that I'm working with. Let's just use this back side of it a bit. Yeah, they do wear away quite quickly, the little attachments. I do have a lot of spares, but I'm trying to just use up what I have before I start. before I buy any more or move on to the next. And I try and reserve them for, oh, you can't even see that, I'm so sorry. Trying to, for example, I have one sponge for my greens, one sponge for my yellows, etc., etc. when it, etc. Oh my gosh, etc. when it comes to these. Getting to the point where I almost need to put more pigment down, so I'm just going to grab some from the pans. I'm just dabbing a bit more on that paper, and I'm just going in and picking up some. Again, it might look a bit grey on camera, but I promise you it's not. When I come in with the yellow, it will I do have an assortment of makeup sponges that I bought from Kmart that I do have in my collection to use as well. I'm just looking at those over there in front of me. I'm just wanting to see if I can just do it with this because there's some little gaps and stuff that I just want to get in. So if you don't have pastel, you could use distress ink, you could use pencil, anything that you like. There's different methods of applying pastel as well. This is just one. Oh, that's a bit dark. That's all right. Let's move that up a bit. I'm just kind of circling it just to mush it together. I don't want it streaky. I know I'm not supposed to blow that everywhere. Right, let's just press that there for a bit, get in that in there. And you could do this as long as you wanted to, really. It does, as I've been saying, it does look darker on camera and the gaps look a little bit more pronounced on the camera. Off camera, it's a lot more subtle. Now I'm just gonna get rid of that white. Sorry, I'm going in with the, I don't even see that. Oh my God. Okay. Sometimes you will have to go over your work a little bit, but don't worry about it too much. It just kind of clouds over it. It doesn't look completely coloured over. Just trying to get it as close to the elements as I can. Yep, sorry. What kind of colour along is this? You can't even see what I'm colouring. Zooming out just a bit. Okay, again, it's more shadowy on camera than it is here for some reason. It's looking quite nice here. If I bring back the... Now I do use a bit of fixative after I'm done. Just to zoom me out even more. I will use a bit of fixative just to keep everything in place so that pastel and the pencil work stays nice and bright. All right, it's just a tiny bit. Yeah, looking pretty good. Okay, I'm going to go in with the yellow, however, and also the white. However, I'm talking like the most tiniest little dab. And that I will just, because I wanted some yellow in there. I've combined the yellow and the shimmer. It's not too shimmery, but it's shimmery enough. I just want a little bit of contrast, a little bit of something. I'm not going to go any more than that. And I'm going to put that aside. And I will get out the shimmer. Some more of that on there. Again, I don't know what this is and I don't know what that is. It's just come up. And sometimes it'll happen with your pan pastel as well. Okay, and then I'm just going to take paper towel and I'm just getting up some excess. There won't be much at all. There's really not. I will spray some fixative on this after the fact. We'll do that next. And I'll also use this paper towel just to wipe my brush on. So we'll do that next. I'll do the fixed divs at the very end, but yeah, we'll do the gel pens now. And these just screw back on together like so. You could actually, if you wanted to, if you had some gold shimmer spray, you could go ahead and spray some of the corners. That'll look quite nice. I'm not doing that for... Here we go. Okay, I'm just going to remove these and just check that the underside's all right. Yep. Okay, I'm keeping my plastic sheet under there though. Okay, I'm just going to wash my hands. Okay, now for our gel pen work. So, zoom in a little bit. Gel pen, there's a few different techniques that I'll show you. First thing that we'll do is we're going to go through with those balloons. And I'm going to choose a, let's see. Probably going to choose a sparkly pink. So this is a Signo. It's a sparkly pink. I'll zoom you back in. I'm just going to put my hand on this just while it's all settling and colour those balloons in. So you just do like a little colour them in, dots for the ties. Same for the others. I'm trying not to go over the black line. Whoop. Okay, I've got stuff everywhere, so. I'm not going to put that over that because I'm going to mush that gel pen up. So yeah, you just got to be careful as well that as you're applying your gel pen, especially on stuff like this because we're going around, is to not interrupt what you've already done. Now, I'm going in with orange Signo, which is from their angelic colour range. I use Jelly Roll and Signo equally. I think I like Signo because, I don't know, as a kid, that's what I used. Oh, I've just noticed a flower that I didn't. There we go. I'm using orange just because of the orange that is in the oranges, but feel free to use whatever colour you like, whatever colour you have on hand. Okay, I'll just finish off the others of this particular colour. I'm just being careful not to go over or smudge any of the other gel pen work I've done. Okay, my next choice. This is Violet from the helps if I show you a Violet from the Angelic range by Signo as well. And I'm just going to do the bases of the cakes. Again, I'm just going in the black lines, and you just do small little strokes. So feel free to use whatever gel pens you have on hand. You might not have this particular colour, just use whatever you have. It might be a white that you prefer. Just thinking. Let's do some purple dots up here as well. Just to finish some of those off, I will add in white, but I'm just going to go through and just repeat that process for the remainder. I'm going to start from this end actually, if you can see, for the remainder of the bits on the cake. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I just stopped halfway through my sentence. Again, you just want little strokes. It's quite tempting just to hack at it and rush it. Well, yeah, and we need to do the sprinkles as well. I'll just have to think about what colour I could use. Or if I want to do an acrylic paint pen or not, I'm not quite sure yet. Some of these dots. Right, next one. They do dry quite quickly, but yeah, I'm trying not to touch the opposing one. Probably shows. Just thinking if I want to, just thinking how I want to approach the icing. There's different ways you could do it. Okay, next one. Done, and we're on to the next one. Done, and we're on to the next one. All right, looks dry enough to, oh, maybe, hang on. It's gonna be, still try and not get it. I'm probably being more finicky than I need to be honest. Okay, last one. I like to use a range of gel pens, not only like these solid color ones. I also like to use glitter as well. I like to mix it up. think there's a balance. Sometimes it calls for more sparkle and looking like a unicorn sharded all over the page. Sometimes, you know, it calls for that. Other times it might not. Personally, I love so much sparkle, but I need to remember moderation. Oh dear, a unicorn sharding on the page. That is so bad. Okay. Right. Looking good, guys. Looking good. Now, how do I want to... Let's go white. Signo, again, white. You could use Jelly Roll. You could use white Posca. Anything. The only thing when you're going over with pencil, with gel pen, sometimes you're going to have to squiggle it on a bit of paper just to get the wax off, because otherwise the ink won't come out. But you probably would know that already, I'm assuming. I'm just going to go through, add some white, fill in some of these. I think I said I was going to bring orange through, but I don't know now. And then, sorry, move it up a bit. I'm going to line the icing with white. You could just do half like that, as in like half a drip, half a drop, whatever, a drip, yeah. I'm going to do all of it. Just because there's nothing else that's lined with white, I think with your pages as well, you need to balance how much you have outlined with white. Again, that's your creative decision to make. No one should tell you otherwise, but just bear in mind that it can be overdone. And if you're not sure, just jump onto Instagram or Pinterest, see what other people have done. And use theirs by way of example if required, if need be. Yeah, personally, I'm quite happy with how the whites come out because I want to remove some of the black lines. Not all, but some. And yes, I will go underneath here. I'm not quite sure yet if I'm going to do that for that top tier or not. I don't know, but I will go through and just add a bit of, try and cover up some of these. I don't think I can never get it 100% accurate because my eyes just don't work that way. Oh. So again, we're just using small strokes. I mean, you could go longer, I suppose, but I feel like it can get a bit watery. I know that the faster I go, the more I have to go over it. So again, just find that balance. You don't want to be here forever. Just thinking I might add some sprinkles. Sprinkles. What colour could I use? Pink maybe, we'll go back to pink. I haven't actually used this pink. This is just pink in the angelic range as well. They come in like I think a pack of 8 to 10. Again, the Office Works that is in Geelong, well, there's 2. There's one out in Warren Ponds. There's a bigger one in town, and they have a fantastic range of gel pens. So I'm quite happy with their selections. I just go in there and buy their packs. Pack of 10 will cost you about $18. Okay, 1 cake done. Now I'm going to go clockwise, methinks. Do the rest, unless there's anything that's standing out. No, I was considering putting white gel pen on this, but considering that I've done the icing with it, I will not, because I feel like that will look too icing heavy. We don't want that. Oh, yeah. I could go a little bit faster, I reckon. I'm just going to be mindful of how see-through it is. You could use acrylic paint pen if you want. I can't remember if I've set that. I didn't do this on the other one, but you can cover up some of those black dots with the white as well. I just did it on the second layer, not the first. So I might go in and do those off camera, perhaps. Just keeping an eye on my phone because I charged it to 50%. And we're about 45 minutes in and I don't want it to die again. Oh. See, now I'm going too fast. And I'm not covering those black lines. Gee whiz, it's a delicate dance with gel pens. Dance with gel pens, don't you reckon? Dots. They're like little sugar dots or something, I reckon. You could go and outline the bottom layer of icing too, but I won't. I'll leave it there. Again, just for I don't want to overdo it. I don't think my gel pen work is the neatest, but I think that is purely experience. You see some and it's just, oh my gosh, it is so neat. You're like, how? How? So I feel like my hands are always just a little bit shaky. Oh, yep, losing. Yep, there we go. Right, sprinkles with our pink. Oh, not even getting on the black, oh my God. I'm just gonna do this door in that same pink because it's there. Again, I'm just like short strokes over it, just trying to cover the black. Okay, oh, how good does that gold look, guys? Have a look at your gold. Are you loving it? I hope you are. Okay. White. I'm gonna start from here and work down. Probably should have done the sprinkles first. I might go and do the sprinkles before. I might do them now because I feel like I'm gonna smudge the white if I don't. I don't know about you, but every time I see cartoon sprinkles, I think of the donuts off The Simpsons. And there's no getting that out of my head, it's just there. Rent free. Okay. Continue with white. We digress. Might actually just... Sometimes you will get a bit of like goop build up as well on the actual ball point of the gel pen. Just wipe it off. There we go. That's better. You can go through the bit of white as well and just do a light little dash on your golder elements if you want to. Can also look quite effective. Oop. Dots. Oh, I'm so happy with this page. I love this double page spread. It's gorgeous. Oh. Love the colours. Again, I did not think it would turn out like this. I really enjoy the colour palette challenges though, because I just get stuck with the same combinations. I just get, I pigeonhole myself. Do you do that? Do you find that with your colouring that you just pigeonhole yourself? It's frustrating. And then sometimes having to choose colours is hard as well, which I'm trying to make it my mission to help people in that area because I understand. Yeah. That's all I have to say about that. Oh. Okay, I don't have the best gel pen work. That's pretty obvious. Please don't say it in the comments. The comments. Look, I think with colouring channels, like the comments have been pretty good. Like you guys are so nice. You're so forgiving. Right, I'm moving on. I'm gonna actually rotate the book so that I don't, there we go. 2 to go. We're on the home stretch, guys. Then we are done. All right, let's go in with our sprinkles. And then, for me, it's editing this video. Doesn't stop here for me. But I think it'll be fairly easy because I'm talking while I'm doing it. There's not a whole lot of editing I need to do. It's just, there's a couple of bits I'll take out. But it won't be a great deal. Hang on. If you don't have white, you could use like a light purple. I almost considered using ivory, but I like the white. I'm happy with it. And because I've used white on the other page, every colour that I've used on this page, I've used on the alternate page. I have kept the pile of pencils out. I think I said that at the start, but... And the little flowers on the cake toppers here are what are the corner flowers on the picture opposite. So I'm trying to keep it cohesive. You could do these dots as well, these little dots here, but I don't know, I feel like it's just going to glog it up a bit, for lack of a better phrase. Dot, dot, dot. Oof, I just slipped. Dot, 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 dot. I sound like I'm Morse code. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Home stretch, guys. Home stretch. Doing well. And I still have battery. You! Oh, dear. I was hoping to film this in one take. That's all right. You won't know the difference. Oh, I forgot the top on the other cake. I'm so sorry. Lol. See? See what happens. Oh my God, I'm going batty. I think because I'm doing a colour along while being unwell. But you just get overlying in your bed, don't you? Like you just get so, oh, I just get cabin fever. I get over it. And I get to a point where I'm like, nope, got to get out of bed, even if it's just to the couch or to the table. Feel free to add white to other bits if you want. You don't have to do a carbon copy of mine. All right, one more, guys. Yeah, you don't have to do a carbon copy of mine if you don't want to. It is your stylistic choice. I need to do this key as well. I'll do that at the end, but let's start with the sprinkles. Now that I'm looking at this color palette, it makes me want to do my nails pinks and purples. I've had these nail wraps on for about 10 days now and I'm almost ready to switcheroo. All right, just lightly going over them. Just to cover them up, you don't need to go over them too much. Okay. Squiggle, squiggle. Having a black, blank, not black piece of paper, blank piece of paper is so handy for just scribbling bits on, making sure that the colours that you want to use go together, all of that. Oh, I'm making a mess of this. Looks pretty good though. I just feel like I think it's like the more I'm paying attention to it, the more it's getting worse. Let's tap in our little sugary bits. Oh, too, before I forget, just so I'm not rambling too much at the end, if there's any element that you would like me to teach you how to colour, let me know. I'll add it to my list. Like I was saying at the start, I plan to do a mix of colour alongs where I'm talking you through each element and then some silent as well. I think about 20% of votes were cast to the silent colour alongs, for lack of a better term, which is, yep, cool. I want to honour those as well because, yeah, I think there's a place for those too. So I will do those as well, but if there's any element that you feel like you'd like to be talked through, or I don't know, taken through verbally and by demonstration, let me know in the comments. I'm sure I can find a page in my book collection with that in it. Or even if there's a silent colour along that you would like to do, let me know. Even if it's some of the older books like Enchanted Forest or Secret Garden, or World of Flowers as well, which World of Flowers is a new book for me. I just got that for Chrissy. Yeah, I'll pop it on the list. Okay, let's finish this key off with a little bit of gold. I need to do it on the other page too, I haven't. Okay. Oh, guys, I'm so proud of us. Look what we have completed. How good. I hope you're proud of yourself. I hope you're happy. Aw, lovely. Look at that. Oh, hang on, let me stand up. There we have our completed cake page. I'm so hungry for some sweets now. So happy with it. Again, I don't know what happened with these splodgy bits, but you know what? It'll just have to do. Let me zoom you out so we can see both pages together. Oh no, I can just show you there. Both complete, both gorgeous pages. They go so well together. If you have any questions about anything that I've taught you today or any of the color selections, let me know in the comments. And like I've been saying before, if you have any questions, any requests, any suggestions, let me know. I would love to hear from you. And I would also love to see your completed pages. If you followed this color along with me, tag me in Instagram, please. I'm just under Ink and Hue Coloring as well. It's the same logo. It's the same everything. I'd love to see what you've done. I hope that I have taught you some valuable techniques, such as these beautiful gold stands that we've colored and also these ribbons and the cakes. So I hope that you go away today feeling enriched and inspired just like I have. And I will see you in the next one. Bye for now.